Yo, 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 yo. Yo, yo. Alright. Let me just activate the cameras. How do I stop this? It should be this one, right? Duplicate HDMI. That's good. I need to do something. Where's my tape? Yo, 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 yo. Should be this way. And do this. I gotta map out how to even get to my third monitor. I don't even know where. I don't know where the cutoff is. So it should be... Where's the cutoff? It's right to left. So this one. One sec. The fuck is this tier song? Alright, so this goes this way. This goes left. And this goes right. Should be good. Go. And now I know which way the monitors move. So they should go this way. Go left. Alright, yo, yo. Good morning, good morning. Tired. Yes, today is the scrape day. Every day is the scrape day to a degree. What do I want to do? I guess we should just keep scraping. This one. It's either early or late. It's one of the two. It's one of the two, sir. Just chilling. We are turbo chilling. Man. Whatever I did yesterday on stream actually fucked my spine. It was so good. It was like 90%. Now it's a little bit worse. There we go. Ye good old spinal injury. It's a lovely thing. Yes, sir. A year of terrible posture will do that to you. So I've been going to therapy for about 2 weeks. It's mostly resolved, but it's still shit. But it's mostly good. The Fent. The Fent folds. The Fentler. Let's move this down a little bit. And the old tier albums are really good. Thank God some bands are still making music. Yeah, we usually chill on this, we usually chill on this, we chill here for a little bit. For now, we're still trying to adjust, so we'll be back to normal come December. I'm just trying to relax for now. You need a little bit of a physical break, mental break. Just gotta take it easy for a little bit, and then get back on the horse and keep going. It's 7 a.m. right now for me. It's not too late. If anything, it's a little early. It's very early. 7 a.m. is not lit at all. There's no better time to chill. There be no better time to relax and do some sort of hobbying, considering this shit takes forever. Yeah, they'll do that. Mochi right now is still, he's still sleeping. Mochi's sleeping in the bed. Dogs just know better. They know everything. They know when to get up. They know when it's time to eat, which is all the time, because they always want food. I must eat forever. Good morning, yo-yo. Supposed to sleep when you don't... You just sleep when you get tired, bro. Well, not necessarily, because everyone has a schedule, but... You know, during the event, I was able to get to bed on time. Pretty consistently at that, and then it just became, It got pretty bad at the end of the event when I got ill with my back. And now I'm still kind of feeling the repercussions of waking up 2 to 3 times a day. My body still hasn't really got back to a schedule. Hasn't really adjusted. No, routine is... Everyone needs a routine. That's just the normal way of living. Everyone's got something to do all day. Having a routine is why I quit my job, start having night shifts. It's, you gotta adjust. I mean, going from, like, day shifts to night shifts is kind of a big deal. It's like a complete schedule turnover. It's like a completely different way of life. But, you know, depending on what you've got going on, some people make it work, some people don't want to. It's valid. Just depends on who you are and, you know, what you prefer. Yeah, for sure. It's whatever you value, man. Sometimes people taking less pay but a happier life. I mean, I've heard of it. I heard of people taking more pay, but, you know, losing a lot of what they do daily. It's we all value and need different things, for sure. We're only human. As much as we all need money to survive, it's not like a little bit of extra pay is going to make everything drastically better. Yeah, for sure. Oh, oh, my spine. Ay, ay, ay. Mamma mia. What day is it today? Is it Wednesday? Is it Thursday, really? Damn. A higher table, I think, for this would be better. For sure. I mean, a lot of people do kind of bend over for hobbying, which is not the best thing. Gaming is different. You're just kind of like stagnant. You're not really bending over or doing anything, but hobbying typically has you kind of hunched. I ended up buying a table extender off Amazon for like $40. Yeah, there's a few lower back exercises to kind of like strengthen the area. A lot of it has to do with you laying on your back and then kind of like pushing your spine up or pressing your legs together, pulling your legs apart with like force. There's a lot of different things that he had kind of talked me through that I'm still doing here. But yeah, most of it's just like do exercises, give it a bit of time, and then, you know, see how the spine works out. I felt pretty good for the last like 2 days, and then I think I fucking threw my back out a little bit. I died in League yesterday to the stupidest fucking thing, and I threw my back out a bit, like laying down in my chair, and it actually like aggravated it again. Like it just feels weird right now. So ideally, I don't do that again. Ideally, I don't do any fucking stupid shit, and we just kind of stay still for quite some time. No sudden movements. Slow and calculated. No sudden movements. A lot of it is just strengthening the lower back so you don't really have back problems. At least that's what I've been shown. Could do stuff like that, though. My problem is exclusively my lower back. So it's just whatever's going to help out with that. It's being a little bit more limber as well, kind of getting up, doing things, walking around, stretching. As long as you've got like a decent posture, which right now I'm only hunched over, my lower back is kind of like situated pretty firmly against the chair, so it's upright. But yeah, most of your troubles do kind of stem from just being a dumbass. Or, you know, throwing it out, doing exercises and things, just happening. But, you know, it's always like, in hindsight, I could have done this differently and this differently, but now that we've known what this feels like, we don't want to go back to it. Oh, shit. Yo, Verez, on this channel, really? Yo, Mr. Verez, thank you so much, man, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, sir. You know, it does feel a little bit weird not being able to kind of, like, spin the wheel for people, but next month, sir. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, bro. Maybe we'll do some sort of dwarven wheel spin. A hammer spin. I think, I'm not sure if we even have, like, too many things on this channel, emote-wise and stuff, because it's been so long. But ideally, when Ivana's free, because she's got a lot of commissions, I do want her to have, kind of free reign at, like, designing a lot of my stuff here. But thank you, sir. The hobby guys and gals, yes, sir. It's getting there. You know, it's more of a low-key channel, but I do appreciate it, sir. You know, hey, crazily enough, subs on this channel actually do unlock new emotes and things, so who knows, man. I'm still not really filled out on, like, even the main channel, because I haven't really uploaded, like, tier 2, tier 3, stuff like that, but it's a bit of a process to kind of, like, round out everything, because emotes take a while, and There's just so many of them. Thank you, buddy. All of these crazy Twitch updates. I think at one point they ended up doing, like, whatever emotes you unlock, you also unlock in, like, animated emotes. So if you've got 100 emotes unlocked, you've also got 100 animated emotes that you can also upload. But getting 100 animated emotes is, like, satanic. Piss, thank you, sir. Yeah, we're getting there. We're good. Yeah, next month is going to be variety. We're just kind of chilling out for a couple more days. It's just a dwarf helmet. It's like a LARP helmet. Which we do not LARP, but you know. It'll be good to kind of get back to normal, though, because I haven't really been normal for, like, 2 weeks. Pretty much the whole month of November has been, like, terrible. After, like, the first week of November, it just went downhill. So I just want to go back to normal and stream some games, not have back pain, and just kind of exist. Just be a human being again, you know? I have been humbled by my health, to say the very least. Humbled by health. Let's get some more sandpaper. The sandpaper's done. I think it should be this. Where's 1,000 grit? 800, 1,000. We're good. Mochi's, sleeping right now with Mama. He's got to go to the vet soon. He's got to get a few things done. Yeah, I bought a heating pad. I bought, a back brace, heating pad. I bought a bunch of, like, arm rest, like, just ways to kind of situate myself more firmly. It's just about it, really, I believe. About a lumbar support for, like, my lower back. Yeah, just a variety of things. I took to Amazon for a few days and just kind of bought a bunch of, like, quality of life things that I think I've needed for a while but have just kind of put off. Yeah, this is tier. I've got the camera, which isn't really for health, but, you know, it's nice. Just a few different things. Amazon is a godsend for people who, don't have time, really, and I think, that's most people. Like, sometimes you just don't want to go out, or it's like, well, instead of lugging all this shit back, I can just order it on Amazon, and it's Prime, so it's like 1 day free shipping. Yeah, it's really good. It is excellent. Excuse me. Yeah, their older albums are really good. There's a lot of things you at one point will listen to or do, and then over time you just kind of forget about them, but they don't get worse, you know? You just kind of forget of their existence for a bit. And then when you get back into it, you're like, fuck yeah, it's great. It is still as good or even better. Oh, did he really? I did not know that. There was another band from around this time that sounded very much like Tyr, or something similar. Something Varangian Army was like one of their songs. I cannot remember the name of that band. But they're very, like, of the genre. I think they did a cover of, like, Rasputin. There's a lot of people who do, like, certain sounds. Certain sounds and things that they make bands over and are inspired by, and you know, you've got your whole like Rammstein wave of bands and just a variety of things. Like, oh, is that them? It's like, nope, but they sound like them. Sass was the name, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're gone. They're completely gone. No one knows. They're good, though. I never continued with Street Fighter now. Yeah, Metro Peace Band. I'm for whatever. I don't really mind. I'm not opposed to most music. Okay, another dwarven handgun. Dowie, fire. Dowie. We need to miss all of our shots, Dowie. We need to hit on 5s from long range, Dowie. We can't shoot a gun, but our technology is good, Dowie. You know, we gotta do the pipe. Just too busy smoking it up. Mule, hello, sir. This thing will break at any minor inconvenience. Good lord. The ancestral pipe. Well, if it breaks, at least we have 50 others, but ideally we don't break it. Excuse me. Hey, good morning, good morning. Tuber, hello, sir. Good lord. Good lord. You know, the worst thing that could happen right now is I snap this. Do not snap the ancestral pipe. What a demonic mold line. Okay. Mesmerize, yo, buddy. Hello, sir. Pretty sure for most of us here, it's not really the morning, but most of you guys, I'm sure, are from Europe, so it's like midday. Human hours. Human hours. Yeah, well, yeah, it's the afternoon for you guys. It's like noon. I'm waking up and you guys are set for the day. Cool. Oh man. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Gwen, hello, sir. Finished a display piece today. Post it in the Discord. Unless you already did. Photos. Send the photos. Expose them. Show the world what you've made, sir. As much as I also would love to do display pieces, I'm very much missing playing the game. I need to play the game. It's been too long. I need to roll dice. I need to bring the Dowie arms to bear against the fetid tides of chaos. It has been 10 years. Longer than 10 years. But rolling dice is very fun, yeah. It's a game of chance, but, you know, your chances, or at least with your own army, that ideally you've enjoyed to some degree. The worst thing to do is try and hobby with something you don't like. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Hang on. This fucking pipe is taking like 20 minutes, man. Oi, oi, oi. Let me go take a look. Oh shit. That's really nice, man. Damn. Holy shit, all the non-metallic metals, like, literally everywhere. It's really nice. How long did that take? You've got, like, the steel and the gold. It's good, man. It's really good. Yeah, very clean base as well, like the plinth. And all that stuff, it's excellent, dude. That's awesome. What is MPO? Something open? 40 to 45 hours? Yeah. That's good, man. That looks great. Display minis are awesome. You can kind of go a little bit more organic with things. Make it look like a fucking painting. It's like an Adrian Smith painting. Show it on stream. Here. It should be in the Discord, though. Miniature painting open? Yeah, okay. That's good. It's really good. How'd you do the snow? It's excellent. And then, of course, when this thing is done being judged, it goes on a shelf, and you're like, yeah, I can fucking paint. I can paint really well. I feel like, when it comes to the, competition pieces or sort of like one-off display pieces, you have a lot of creative freedom. Like, you could just kind of do something you've never done before. Compared to, you know, like army building and things that are very, I guess you could say kind of dialed in for like the theme or the army you're working with. It's good though, man. It's very good. It's awesome. This is pretty good. Ooh. Oh. Flight, hello, buddy. Hello, sir. Oh, God. Okay. My spine. My spinal cord is being pressed into my body. He's smoking his pipe. I've got no time for these groupie. I've got to smoke the ancestral tobacco. Goofy. So, God. It's funny. It's just so stupid. I love it. The voices. I've got many of those in my head. They guide me. I just finished printing. Post it in the Discord, sir, if you want to join our Discord. Printing, 3D printing is awesome. It's super good. It's super, super creative and liberating. No, you glue them. This is just more of like pose tacking. You get a gist of like what you're in for when you want to glue them together eventually, so once glued, you'll probably look like that, right? Once glued, this guy's gonna look like this. Because you can't really gauge how things are gonna look unless you glue them, so puttying them is the easier alternative before you finalize. Yeah, just get to pose out minis. Should actually clean this one next. Yeah, 3D printers are great. I 3D printed a bunch of stuff a while back, but I gave up on it because the process of 3D printing is the worst thing about it. And if you don't really have like a dedicated space, it's just terrible to work with. But if you've got like a good workflow, a good side room, a little hut out back, you know, whatever it may be, where you can kind of just separate it from your life, that's like the best thing. But they're really amazing. The amount of, this is something my, hang on. My girlfriend was doing these. She was making these. This is 3D printed. And then, this is kind of dusty now, but she was making some pot guys a while back, like from Elden Ring. And this was on like a $300 printer. Yeah, it's Alexander. So there's no doubt about 3D printing being, you know, insane, especially on, this is resin. That's a resin printer. So this was her thing for a little bit. We printed them off. She did bones and basing, whatever else. Yeah. Just a little fun thing she wanted to do, so. Again, it's a bit dusty, but. Yeah, 3D printing is no joke, man. It's awesome. Super, super good. You give power to the people. Create what you want. And she did sell some, yeah. The guy said, who made the STL, that you could, if you did them up and, you know, put some work into them, that you could sell a few of them. She did. She sold a couple. Okay, we gotta do this now. Anycubic? I haven't used Anycubic. I've used Elegoo, and I think I've got, like... I have one in storage that I got on, like, a really good deal, but I haven't really been able to use it. Anycubic, I've heard, is really good, though. That's, like, one of the main brands, right? I'm just not really familiar with 3D printing right now because it's been so many years. It is amazing, though. 3D printing is, like, bonkers, like, top tier. One sec. Hmm. That was something by Canon Fiber. KANONENFIEBER. Mad Bro, hello, sir. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I feel like a lot of the new printer technology should kind of do most things for you, because, like, when I was into it, a lot of it was, like, minor adjustments and stuff like that, but it was a massive inconvenience trying to, like, do all the very slight incremental changes, but that's awesome. Yeah, that's how they should be. 3D printing isn't hard, but it's a lot of, at times, tediousness. I think finding the right settings for, like, the perfect prints was an issue before, but I'm sure now it's much better. Anytime you've got something that you want to do at home, you don't want it to be a hassle, right? Yeah, resin printing, make sure you got space. That's all I gotta say. Space and ventilation. Resin printing is fucking nasty. Australia is fucked for GW. Yeah, that's really, really bad, unfortunately. Australia is, like, incredibly unfortunate with Games Workshop product. So I don't suspect people, you know, to just sit down and say, hey, let's buy a 300 box of, like, tactical marines. It's just satanic. Yeah. It's disgusting. I don't really want to do printing anymore unless I've got, like, a shack outside or something, which wouldn't happen anytime soon, but yeah. It's quite nasty. It is genuinely disgusting. I think for the sake of miniatures that sell online, it would just be wherever you are in the world. If you're a fan, if you're a fan of something, you'll buy it. You know, I would imagine if you're from the UK, you've maybe got like a bunch of UK fans and stuff like that. But yeah. Whatever happened to GW in Australia? What was essentially the problem? Like, why is it just like logistics, essentially? Because the prices are just abysmal. They're just awful. It's like, I don't even know, do they have physical GW stores in Australia? Currently? They do? Okay. It's about 7:45 a.m. here, so it's not early by any means. They never sleep. This is just a Dwarf Thunder. It's like a Dwarf Handgunner. GW. I'm just doing minor conversions to make them look a bit different. Dowie. We are not part of an assembly line, Dowie. Yep, so like that. He can't be bothered to reload, so he's just going to blast you with his pistol. The shoulder needs a bit of a shave, but... a different staff. Well, it depends on who's working there, because I know a lot of, I used to live in Toronto. I currently live in Toronto. Tabletop RPG games with friends. Everyone kind of moves around. Der Fusilier. It's just a German band that sings about war atrocities. The horrifying wars. Oh. No, it's just cannon fiber, yeah. Hammer, Ironbreaker, Longbeard models. Those are all CAD designed. So, for 8th edition, well, even 7th edition, I think, was, like, the turning point for a lot of CAD designs in, like, Warhammer Fantasy, I believe. So, like, 8th edition for sure, all of those are just CAD. But they were designed by the guys who did, I think it was, like, 2 to 3 guys who did the original 7th edition line, if I remember correctly. There was a few, like, designer articles in, like, the White Dwarfs. They're still very dwarf-coded, but very, in a sense, manufactured, I guess you could say, because they're all very consistent with their designs. You know, they're meant to be kind of decked out in a sort of garb, I suppose, even though Longbeards technically would just kind of wear, like, ancestral gear and whatnot, but I like them. I think they're a more consistent rendition of, like, the Brotherhoods in Carax that, you know, march out together in more of, like, a militaristic thing than your typical clans that just kind of gather and then say, hey, this is my axe from, like, my long-dead grandfather, and this is my shield from, like, that one time I had, like, a great-uncle gift it to me. I like them, but I do wish, in a sense, they were a little bit more... Some of them, maybe the Longbeards be a little bit more, like, slightly flavorful, maybe. The Hammers look great, but yeah, they're all really good. Everyone's got their own, like, preferred aesthetic. It might be that, I'm not sure. The table kind of moves a bit. Yeah, this whole station is very rickety. Nothing is really bolted down. Okay, so I'll just continue with this. Probably going to have to use a bit of putty, but if you convert anything, you typically have to use putty. Even if a very, like, minor amount. Are they kind of the same? There's a lot of bands who do, I wouldn't say a lot, but some people really like the historical stuff, so they'll do, like, you know, some sort of militaristic, take on metal. Yeah, for the sake of my army, though, I don't think I'll be, in a perfect world, if I had more time to, like, get everything done, I'd totally do, like, a Royal Clans list with a bunch of, like, you know, elite units. I'd do, more of, like, a Grand Army sort of variety list. I'd do, like, the, Slayer Host. Right now, I'm doing the Expeditionary Force, so... You know, down the line, when I do want to kind of branch off and say, hey, I don't really want to just shoot you to death anymore, you know, Royal Clans are pretty good for thumping people. Yeah, most... Yeah, war is not pleasant, obviously, but... Yeah, it certainly suits metal. Everyone's got their own interest in certain things, and... You know, if you want to make a metal band surrounding, like, again, the atrocities of, like, World War I and whatnot, or even II, people do it. I have no clue what that band is. But again, it's cool that you can 3D print pretty much anything. You can pretty much do anything. Even with 3D printing, you can, like, take a figure and kind of cut it and sculpt it your own way and modify things, and it's very, very liberating, like, creatively, to kind of 3D print and 3D model. It's just what you're capable of, you know, what you want to do, and
Holy channel still alive,
what you like. Umbra, thank you, sir. It is. And thank you for the 2 years, man, damn. Yeah, it's, the channel's still here. We're chilling. Grove Street. Don't fuck with the Dowie. Wrong Karak, son. It's funny. Anyways. The fuck? Space Marines are the sisters of battle. I don't even... When I did 40k, I was, well, the last thing I did in 40k was orcs, so I'm not really an Emperor supporter, but, you know. My childhood would say otherwise, but, yeah. Ye good old Emperor. You say, whoa! Just a bunch of smelly British people running at you who are green. I mean, I did a variety of things growing up. Like, I had Space Marines, I had Guard, I had Orcs, I had Tau, I had Necrons, I had Chaos. A little bit of everything. You know, you take your allowance, you go down to GW, buy like a blister pack of Grots for the weekend. It's when they used to have Killicans and fucking blister packs. Holy moly. If there was one thing I miss about walking into a GW, it's the blister packs. It's the support for, like, Warhammer Fantasy and blister packs. Like, those were top tier. Like, as a child who didn't have, you know, money for, like, a full box of minis all the time, you'd just go in and buy, like, a paint. Or, again, you'd buy, like, a little blister of, like, whatever. Like, that's awesome. That was fun. I think a lot of the chapters with Space Marines were kind of, like, modeled off of something throughout history. Right? Everyone likes what they like. I don't know if White Scars are, like, everyone's favorite, but they're pretty cool. Ideally, the number one thing GW does is dial in on, like, the visual variety of like Guard Legion, not Guard Legions, Guard Regiments, you know, Space Marine chapters, stuff like that. Like, I'm sure they've got, what, conversion kits and whatnot, but, or even 3D printing can do that for you. Any sort of kits that will give you more visual identity with, like, a certain chapter that you like or a certain regiment that you enjoy. They need more of that stuff for sure. Maybe even, like, different Necron legions. I'm not sure if they have, like, very distinct, you know, visual identifiers outside of, like, colors, but Salamanders, Ultramarines, and Space Wolves. If I had to get back into 40k and I was like forced at gunpoint to do Space Marines, it'd probably be Salamanders. If I was like thoroughly forced at gunpoint, which I don't know. It has been a hot minute since I've done really anything 40k outside of like playing Space Marine. Which, you know, for Games Workshop, Space Marine is doing really well, so that's awesome. And the supposed Henry Cavill show is awesome. I'm sure even like Space King is doing pretty good for like GW, even though they don't really, they probably don't like it. Yeah. So. It most likely is, yeah. GW is doing pretty good in terms of like injecting themselves into different markets, and you know, we've got plushies, we've got ornaments, we've got this, we've got that, we've got TV shows, we have video games. It's most likely still happening. I could be wrong, but it's cool to see Warhammer kind of make themselves a little bit more known in different markets instead of just being like the miniature company or like the book company. Yeah, we write books about miniatures, and we hope you read them, which people do. It is, yeah. But it still probably has brought people into the hobby. Any sort of like Warhammer adjacent thing will get people talking about Warhammer, or get people like interested to a degree. Antagonist, hello, sir. Something, yeah. There's no way they'd ever promote stuff like that. No. Like, I'm sure a lot of people enjoy adjacent content, but you can't walk into a Games Workshop and be like, man, I love this. And, you know, yeah, it's just not really going to happen, but I don't know if the higher-ups enjoy it. The average, like, employee or fan or something like that, absolutely. It's in good faith. Sinjura hello, sir. It's getting better. There's a bit of a relapse last night. I fucking threw my back out while playing League a little bit. Like a dumbass, I slouched in my chair. And now it actually kind of hurts again, but it's infinitely better than it was. And dog hair is on me. Get off me, freak! Speaking of my back and health, I should probably get up for a minute. One sec. Let me stand up, let me stretch. Time to stretch. Oh! Let me actually go to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 1 sec. Hang on, folks. All right, we're back. Excuse me. Ugh. One sec. Sorry. All right, we're good. Sorry, we're here. All right. Oh, fuck. Move in. So... what was I working on? It's this. And... this and this. So these are not... thing. Excuse me. I pooped myself, is that it? I'm old and senile. I just doo-doo everywhere. No, they're not. I'm gonna try and get them going next year. Because I don't really manage them. So I'm gonna try and do something about it. Well, they do say exercises for, like, the lower back is usually kind of how you go about them. You just have to keep it, you know, limber. Stagnation is the worst thing. You do not want to have a stagnant back or body. It isn't really a commitment, no. Or everything is a commitment to a degree, but it's not something that's like you overly committing. Yeah, for sure. There you go. Can maybe do like a holster or something here for the handgun, or you can just imply that it was pulled out of that little brace. It's fun. Yeah, pretty much. You could come up with whatever. It could be in his beard, it could be anywhere. You technically don't need to give it any answers, but ideally, if, you've got a little story going on, that's cool. Stories are fun to indulge in. Give your minis a little bit more of a narrative, Just a bit more weight to work with. These are handgunners. The Thunderers. Going to be a bit of a slow-going army, but 2,000 points is on the table. The goal is to do them. Maybe in the future. Right now we can't. There's no time or no space, and we have to move and stuff like that, but ideally. Mochi wouldn't mind a buddy. Insanity, thank you, sir.
Jesus. Yes, that one used to drive a Honda.
Did he really?
Just never spoke about it. Don't believe me? In John 12:49 he said, "For I speak not of my own accord."
Okay, then. Okay. That's funny. Okay. Insanity, thank you, sir, for the 400 bits. That's goofy. You know what? I'm sure things can be interpreted in different ways, and that might be one of them. Thank you, sir. That's like a very, that's a dad joke. Yeah, it's good, though. The older you get, the more you laugh at stupid shit like that. You're like, okay. Thank you, sir. Even if it's a dad joke, it's a good joke. Anyways, Unk. Thank you, sir. Sharing the good word of laughter, which is a fun thing at times. We all need to laugh. Apparently, Unk isn't even uncle. It's supposed to be uncool or something. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe both. It might be both. Google it right now and see. I think I heard that somewhere where it was like uncool. It could be uncle. Just check it. Google it. It'd be unk or uncool or both. It should be uncle. At least that's what I think. It is uncle? Okay, good. I guess that's the point of it, though. It's like uncle, as in, like, yeah, you're not cool, dude. Like, calm down, unk. Be a bit of both. Who knows? Unk. Unk's got some spunk. Spunkle. Cleaning a bunch of basic chaff troops. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. It's gonna take forever, man. I can't fucking get through it, laddie. This guy's fucking handgun, he's not even fucking using it. I got to scrape it for an hour. It's not even his weapon of choice. Good Christ. Well, spunk to me is like energy or jizz. I think that's kind of just it. No, he's got like that fire in him. Well, there you go, yeah. Well, PC upgrades are pretty expensive, but ideally they last you a very long time. Yeah, that's I mean, Tim Hortons has gone quality-wise down the drain, but I still do enjoy their food. You spent Lord of the Rings miniatures for a bit as a teenager? It is pretty expensive now, yeah. I used to do Lord of the Rings as a kid. That was the first thing that got me into the hobby. And I still revisit it periodically just for nostalgia. Yeah, that stuff's awesome. Everything very much based on like the films, and they eventually did like the book stuff. It's super good. It's the Canadian Dunkin' Donuts, yeah. Again, my biggest gripe, and it's only because they don't have enough space, and you know what sells is what you have to have in stock. But when they used to support the Lord of the Rings game quite a bit, you could walk into a Games Workshop and pretty much find an entire wall of a store dedicated to Lord of the Rings. And that was like kits, blisters, you know, supplements, all that stuff. Kind of like the early 2000s, you know, big movie bonanza. I do miss that time. It was just such a cool thing to see walking into a Games Workshop. Now it's more so of just what sells the most, obviously, but the golden age. That was the for me, and I'm sure most people, yeah. I would say for right now, though, the fact that we've got like Old World back and pretty much all of these like made to order things happening, the prices are the biggest turnoff. But now you've got like the biggest stock of, I think, product in a while, because you can still get, well, technically you can't buy, you know, come to think of it, technically you cannot go back and buy like 4th edition stuff or anything like that, which would be cool to see. You know, I thought in my mind, I'm like, if there was any way for Games Workshop to kind of bring back all the old sculpts and have them be on like a made to order, you know, long time frame type of wait, but you can still purchase them, that would be cool as shit. It's like, I want the old knobs, or I want the old Killicans. I want this and this and this and this, and then you have to wait like 6 months to get them because it's more of like a very special made to order kind of individualized, you know, one guy wants these 10 things, one guy wants this, and so you just kind of wait for them. That would be cool as shit. But yeah, a lot of that stuff is now shafted to like eBay, local listings, things like that. But you know, it's fun to think back of the years we've had and how many minis have come out. Fellowship, yeah, the Fellowship stuff was awesome. They made so many different versions of the Fellowship, for like the different sets in the film. I think the last one they did was for Moria. They just came out with like the plastic Moria Fellowship. But they had like a multitude of like different medals, different poses. They had Gimli on the Urk at like Helm's Deep. There was so many cool things they did. A lot of like very flavorful, fun, unique sculpts that even though you wouldn't play with them, you'd still kind of want them. Or maybe you would want to play with them, which is cool. I know they just updated, they just gave Shelob an update, which is cool. Yep. Well, that was they had like a, what was it, Diagostini or something, like way back when for like Lord of the Rings. So like every some odd weeks or months or something, you'd get like a single miniature. I think it was still have some Lord of the Rings stuff, but it's just been a while. The new Shelob is really well done, yeah. For the sake of nostalgia, I think I'd still want to go back and get like the Trish Cardin one from way back when. But they're really good. Yeah, it's that or it's eBay. So, or you know, local listings or whatever it may be. I'm sure if you're in the UK, you've got a better chance at finding a lot of the old sculpts, but it's whoever wants to part with them. Do you really? She's done a lot of stuff, man. Her work is amazing. How do you work with her? I think she's still doing sculpting, no? She's awesome. She does a lot of posts on Facebook. Oh, do you master her minis? That's amazing. That's so cool. That's fun, man. That's small world. That's all I gotta say. What a very, very small world. That's really cool, dude. Yeah, she's awesome. You never know who you're talking to, man. That's cool. Battle Games in Middle Earth. I think it might have been Diagostini who put that out for a bit, which was like a magazine brand who would also do like Star Wars and different things. Oh yeah, I would imagine a lot of the well, I don't even know the culture of like the old, you know, Marauder Miniatures group and GW group who made a lot of these things, but I'd imagine they're awesome. A lot of these guys have their old greens still, which I'd love to see, because I think she was posting Allie's work to her Facebook, like a lot of the old ogres, and she was posting her goblins and stuff like that. Like I do try to keep up with some of the sculptors and whatnot, but it's really cool to see the greens. Like that is not something you typically find every day. The magazines are really interesting though, because you were able to get miniatures for cheaper. Like over the years, GW has kind of partnered with a few different things. Diagostini was one of them. They came out with some sort of like hobby brand that used to be in like weird hobby stores throughout like North America and maybe in Britain. I'm not sure. But anytime you've got like miniatures that aren't sold at a typical hobby store or a Games Workshop, they're reasonably priced. Like there used to be I don't know if you're aware of like the battle for, I think it was Blackreach. It must have been like what, 2006, 2007, something like that, for Warhammer 40K. Something around that time frame. But they ended up taking a lot of those miniatures and then putting them in sort of like weird hobby stores, not meant for miniature gaming, but more so you know, typical railroad model making, general purpose hobbying, and they sold them at like insane discounts. And they were complete one-to-one sets. Like I'm pretty sure they even sold like grots, the literal Games Workshop grot box, for like half the price. And that was retail. Yeah, they still do some of that stuff. Yeah, you can get it. I know people who have kind of subscribed to those things and then kind of have like one unit show up every month or something like that until they have like the full collection. You get a lot of if you stick to it, you get a lot of deals. Yeah, that's cool. Branding change, yes sir. It's been a little bit different for about, I think, like a week and a half, roughly. I just don't really want it connected to, like, League or anything. It's just kind of its own thing. It's its own little ecosystem of British lads. British lads. The blokes. I don't think we have that emote here, but yes, very much the blokes. I haven't really been able to set up the bots on this channel, but the emotes are something I have to kind of bring back. Maybe not all the degenerate emotes, but like the ones that people enjoy that aren't weird, you know, not like the main channel. You know, oddly enough, you know what they're doing right now? They're doing a StarCraft miniatures game. I'd imagine the reason Warcraft never took off is because Warhammer was too big, right? Like, how does a Warcraft miniatures game kind of compete with Warhammer Fantasy? Whereas StarCraft, you know, 40K, but right now they're kind of dialing it in and trying to make like a miniature game out of it, which is cool. But you would think so, because I'm sure at Blizzard, at Riot, at all these, like, you know, typical we make fantasy games type of company, I'm sure you've got a ton of people who play 40K. Yeah. StarCraft is getting a miniatures game, which is cool. I think a lot of their minis have been released. So you can play Protoss, you know, Terrans, Zerg. You've got, like, the characters, Zeratul, Raynor. I think Kerrigan's going to be there. I believe it was, yeah. Everyone likes everything. You know, if you make futuristic, like, sci-fi anything, you're probably going to go back to, like, 40K, StarCraft, Dune, like, Star Wars, whatever it may be. You've got to rip on something. Same thing with fantasy, but everyone's a fan of something. You're not just, like, you know, very one-dimensional, I like Warhammer and nothing else. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things out there that people do want to also bring onto their projects. I'm a fan of Mochi. Mochi's sleeping right now. Maybe he'll be making an appearance later on, but this room's a bit of a mess. Oh, is that what ended up happening? That's cool. You know, I hate to say it. I think I prefer, like, I don't want to sound like a freak, but I do think I prefer Terran Marines over Space Marines. Just because I like regular people. Like, you know, superhumans, that's awesome. But I think in contrast to, like, everything around them, typically when you see Space Marines in any sort of, like, marketing or armies and whatnot, I haven't read the books, so I can't attest to that, but I think Space Marines shine more when there's less of them and more of humanity surrounding them. At least in my mind, right? Because you have that contrast of, like, here's a Space Marine, I'm an army in itself, versus, like, here's an army of Space Marines. I think the less you see of Space Marines, the cooler they get. And I don't want to sound like a hater or anything. You know, I do like 40K. I do enjoy Space Marines and pretty much everything about 40K, but I've always enjoyed the idea that, like, you know, when the Space Marines show up, typically things have gone down the drain. Yeah. Marines and StarCraft are just a bunch of, like, convicts and scumbags put into service. Yeah. Go fight for your freedom. Dwarves and orcs, I agree. Two things I did grow up with thoroughly. With the old world back, I've been very, you've got that little demon scratching at the back of your mind to start like a new army, but I just can't. The orc and goblin sculpts are so good. And I did play them growing up, but, like, I'm just too dwarf-coded. That's just my longest standing love. Same thing with greenskins, but dwarves infinitely more, I think, at this point. CGI videos. Those were fun. I mean, even Games Workshop did a lot of, like, weird things back in the day. They had, like, a VHS of some sort of, I think it was, like, an Inquisitor video or something. It's very reminiscent of, like, StarCraft, but live action. Instead of all that wonky CG. Yeah. Which, you say it's wonky, but, like, it's iconic. It's awesome. It's incredibly memorable. Especially that one scene where it's, like, not Space Hulk. And they arrive on, like, the derelict ship in space, and they're, you know, bringing in the bomb, and it's just a fucking beer cooler. And they all start drinking. And then the not Tyranids show up. And then it's also Alien, where it's like Brett being taken up into the air shaft. Yeah, that was, it's cool. Cracking the low, sir. I used to play 40k. I don't really do 40k right now, but I did at one point. I played Guard Orcs. I had Tau. I had Necrons. Chaos. The two main armies were Guard and Orcs, though. Now, if I had to get back into 40k, it'd be Votan. Which I did have their range, but I ended up selling it. I just wasn't going to do it. So now someone else is doing it, and that's great. Vermintide is good. Vermintide, I think, was free last weekend. It's just Left 4 Dead Warhammer Fantasy. So instead of everyone having guns, it's more, you know, sword and board related. You've got magic, you've got shooting, you've got swords, hammers, crossbows. Like, it's Warhammer Fantasy, but Left 4 Dead. Yeah. Gork or Mork. Oh, who knows which one is which? Cunning but brutal, or brutal but cunning? They don't even know who's who. It's one of them. It might be a single thing. I have no clue currently. I haven't read 40k or indulged in 40k in years. I don't have an idea. If that's currently where 40k is, I don't know. I think for the sake of Age of Sigmar, it's now one god. I can't remember. This should be done for now. I should probably work on something else. Okay, so I've got my poses worked out. I should probably do the shields. The shields! Dowie shields. Well, Vermintide was free. And it was free in the sense that if you downloaded it over the weekend, you kept it forever. Which is insane. That's nuts. Yep, so if you missed it, you know, you might have to spend $10, but, like, it's worth the money. Yeah. Maybe the deal's still going on, I'm not sure. The fact that they even went back and made a Warhammer Fantasy Left 4 Dead game is insane. Like, that I think was, like, the first big fantasy game that kind of made it. Yeah, and then Total War obviously really took off, so. You definitely do, yeah. For the shields. I'm not sure of anyone who takes... Vermintide's at 139 euros. Even better. That's even better. If you can get it that cheap, that's awesome. They did not, no. But since it is healing on its own, it doesn't seem to be anything serious in terms of, like, you know, I may need back surgery, but it's still in the process of healing. Okay. Let's do these two. It's like Wolverine. Well, I'm more like Grease's Goldtooth. Not Wolverine, but, you know. Maybe. Maybe in my mind. Greases. Biggest gut. Oh, you gotta lose weight. That's it. Greases' model's awesome. I'm a little disappointed how they made him in Total War, where instead of being dragged around by a bunch of nobblers, they made him in, like, a wheelbarrow. To me, that's a little bit sacrilegious, I'm not gonna lie. If you've got, like, the Nurgle dudes being dragged around by Nurglings, you can clearly make Noblars do that. Like, that, I think, for me, was the biggest disappointment. That was a really weird choice. Too rich to walk joke. He's too fat. He's the king. Everyone does things for him. I don't know. It's just such a cool mini. That is just such an awesome miniature. Being dragged around by a bunch of goblins. Yeah. There you go. No more rune. I still see it though. I've seen a little bit of them. The high elves I think ate the best, personally. For the sake of that DLC, probably the high elves. Slanesh, Norska getting a character, Sail the Faithless, and then like what? Bjorn? That big like he's not a Wolverine. I forgot what he was. I didn't think high elves actually needed anything, to be honest, but, well, not in the sense that, like, oh, they need it right now, but there's a lot of things that can still be put in the game for every race, but the Sky Cutters were cool to see. That was like an 8th edition unit. Azelin with all the elementals. The Merworm. Which is a lot bigger than the miniature. It's massive. Bjorg Bearstruck, yeah. There you go. I think the Merworm was supposed to be... Wasn't it teased with, like, the coast? Isn't that the whole thing with the coast campaign, is just resurrecting, like, a great beast and then kind of winning over the seas? Yeah. I haven't really seen much of, like, campaign because I haven't played campaign too much outside of multiplayer. But the whole reason to play Total War is to play campaign. Tenfold. Campaign is the reason you buy that game. Coast. I would imagine they do need an update, but considering they built that army from, like, the ground up mostly, it's cool to see that we even got Coast. I wouldn't really be surprised if Coast end up in the old world in some capacity, but only time will tell. Hmm. Looks good enough. Coolest faction? They're cool. I don't know about the coolest faction, but they're cool. For links, post them in the Discord, sir. We don't really do links in chat, but in Discord that's fine. No, you're good. You're way good, bro. Yeah, the Hearth and Hobby Discord is open for whoever wishes to share or yap about whatever it may be. Okay, let's try and clean this. Holy brain rot. All for a buckler. Ay, ay, ay. All for a buckler. Okay. Let's do a little bit more of this, and it should be good. Okay. Good enough for now. Let's do the other side. We can even get the blue tack off this thing. Icky. Thank God for blue tack and kind of holding things together so you can work on them. It is super useful. Super, super useful. Oh. Alrighty. All of that work for a buckler. Oy, 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 it's just detail. It should be good. should be mostly good. Mostly. But I guess everyone's got a bit of brain rot for their minis. Nice. This can go on anyone. It doesn't matter where it goes, but it needs to be on somebody's belt. Cool. Nope. You've got kind of a Thunderer built, but not really. Handgun, buckler. I think I'll probably give him something else as well, but we'll see. Maybe some powder cartridges. I've got no idea. Let's do the shield. I wish when they were sculpting the Dwarf Warriors, they ended up doing bigger shields. That would have been awesome. But I feel like if they end up doing them again, they probably will. Because the Dwarf Warrior shields are a little bit too tiny. This is an Empire shield, this is a Dwarf Warrior shield. Although this is two different editions, but... yeah, ideally one day they do go back and kind of make some bigger shields, but who knows? That'd be cool to see. I think this army's going to have about 20, maybe 30, something like that. I've only got like 10 of them kind of worked out. Not completely cleaned up, but worked out. I'm most likely just going to bounce around to different things in the army, but I'm pretty set on my list, so I'm not really too worried about not getting things done, as long as I kind of work on something that pertains to it. That's the goal, at least. So, I think I'll take a break from, like, working on Thunderers and then do Artillery, or maybe, like, Dwarf Warriors. Maybe even Doomseekers, but those are metal. A bit of a different setup for metal. Ideally, I find my Burlock Damonson because I need to build him too, and he's like the only resin mini in the army. But we'll see. Mr. Damonson. The blue tack is just for holding things. Like, this is going to be gone, for sure, but I'm just using it to kind of, like, have a firm grasp on it while I scrape it. I think I've got about 4 gyros that I have to do. The reason I don't want to do them right now, though, is because I want to think about how I want to make them. Like, they're going to be scout gyros with, like, clatter guns, but I don't know if I want to build them stock standard, or if I want to try and, like, modify them thoroughly. Yeah. You could do more than 4. You could have, like, 6. You could have 8 if you wanted to. 2 per flank is kind of what I'm going for. I think... Well, the issue is with multiple shots, I believe you actually lose ones to hit. So, like, you're hitting on 5s. Something like that, if I remember correctly. I forgot what rule it was, but you lose a ballistic skill. Or, sorry, yeah. Are they ballistics? They're ballistic skill 4? Really? So they're hitting on 4s. Yeah. Are they really? I guess that would make sense if you're coming from, like, Zufbar. Everyone's trained in their mechanical ways. Yeah. Same thing with, like, the artillery, where you can have function over form, so you can kind of move them around, but they lose toughness. Vischer, hello, sir. But yeah, the blue tack is going to be gone when I glue things down. It's just to have an easier grasp. Runes, gyrocopter runes. You know, if the narrative goes anywhere and you can kind of say, hey, good job, Burlock Damonson, you've done something productive, maybe. I do believe more engineering things are on the way, but it's only going to be in time when that's to happen, if it even does. Yeah, that too. I mean, Rangers, Slayers, those would be like very ideal things for updates. Rangers have never had miniatures, at least in plastic, officially, outside of like conversions. We've had one plastic Slayer, which is now a $40 model. But he's just like, you know, a Slayer. Plastic Rangers would be so sick, though. Those would be awesome. I think I've seen those, yeah. Where he had like a cape on them and a hood. Yeah, it was pretty good looking. Steam. Oh, was Necrypt making a game? That's cool. I'm assuming it's not League focused. I guess it can't be, but that's cool. What's the game called? Oh, it's a Jump King? Okay, that's cool. That's fun. See what this looks like. It's called Funnus. That's cool. Fungus. You can link that in the main Discord. You take a look at it. Fungus. Fungus. Nah, you'd throw him in the... Oh, you're talking about the Gunthane? Probably just on his own. Probably on his own, so he could just kind of maneuver. Most definitely on his own. I gotta make that guy, though. I don't really know what I want to use for models. You could pretty much use the resin, like, $60 Gunthane, if you want to. But you can make him whatever. Very fancy-looking mini. You could use the metal Gunthane. With the axe. He's got the repeater pistol. Well, you could literally convert anything. You could make a Thane out of nothing. Thanes are just kind of like the heads of clans, right? So they'd be a little bit more decked out, but they're not like big, massive, hulking figures. They'd still be impressive, though. Like, you could really make a Thane out of, like, any plastic mini. There's a bunch of, you could get the wings from, like, the High Elf kit. You could use, like, a Longbeard body. You could just do a bunch of stuff. Of course, the metal minis are amazing, and the resin mini looks really good, but the converting is, you know, pretty fun, too, if you just want to go that route. Give yourself a little bit more freedom. Or even modify a metal mini, which you can absolutely do. I think what I want to do here is... I think I want to go in with, like, 800. Let's try a bit more abrasive. It's much smoother. And what a nightmare, all that work. It's not even done yet. What a nightmare. It's very Gundam coded when you start using different grits. Typically with Warhammer, you really don't have to use different grits. Like 1000 grits, pretty much you're good to go. Type of abrasiveness, but yeah, for the sake of like sanding down a shield, I don't mind going down to like 8. Radio, hello, sir. Or Radimo, sorry. Go back up to 1000. It's pretty good. I think it says radio, but it's Radimo, and that's fine. I'm not very good with names, but I just have to read it a bit more. Czech Slavic name. I think it's when I read the chat room. I usually go off of like the first thing I see, and it looks like radio, so I'm like, oh, radio. I need to be a little bit more thorough. I feel like the emblem, it's a little bit, it's not the smoothest. Like, it's completely smooth, but it's just not perfectly lined up. It's like a little bit of a divot, I think. Just a slight divot. But overall, it's pretty damn clean. Compared to what it was, it's like infinitely cleaner. I think we'll do one more pass of this and then call it for this right now, but it looks pretty damn good. Smooth enough to be painted over, and then once you paint over it, you probably won't see much. But it's just going to be one of, like, 2 shields that I might do big. So I don't have to do this repeatedly. It's just this side looks a little off. Let's do another pass, actually. Is it Thanksgiving? Hey, thank you, sir. Enjoy the turkey. Enjoy the good food. I completely forgot that is a thing. It was brought up yesterday on stream that it was Thanksgiving. That's awesome. It's not Thanksgiving here, but, you know, hey, I'm glad people are celebrating. And hopefully with family and eating good food. I think this is damn near done. Whatever this shadow is just kind of part of the plastic. Pretty alright. We're just converting. We're making Thunderers very, very slowly. Oh, man. We're working on making some unique dwarves. Overall, pretty good. Just a bit of a slow-going business here. My spine, though, is getting better, thankfully. It's, had a bit of a relapse last night. I need to not throw it back when I play League. Whoops. Throwing it back. Yeah. Yeah, I was just, I slouched in my chair after dying like a dumbass, and, I pulled something again. But overall, it's infinitely better, so I don't think it's a big deal. No sauce. Hello, sir. Good morning. And, Guama. Hello, sir. All right. My OCD's kicking in. I think it's pretty much damn near perfect, though. That's sanded pretty damn smooth. Oh, only I will know what was done. Only my brain will be pleased. After 3,000 hours of working on chaff infantry. Only my brain. Benny's Morgs. Discord, sir. Gwen posted his competition piece, and it was like, post more paintings. Post a lot of paintings. I need to get back to painting one day, but right now I'm more inclined to kind of like build an army out because I do want to play games, but painting is fun. It's very liberating to just kind of put a piece down and say, fuck it, let's just roll. Because that was like one of those things that I just don't do often. But post it in the Discord. Oh yeah. Is that the new KFF mech? Is that what those are? Is that what they're labeled as when you buy them? Not KFF, sorry. Shock attack guns. Not KFF. Oh, they look good. They're chilling. I think you gave them, those look like the mech guns, no? Yeah, I do miss the orcs a little bit, but it's just too many things to do. So I was just saying, are those, are they the big mechs with the, shock attack guns? Did they end up getting rid of the other one that has, like, the snotling being, like, sucked up into the gun? Well, there was two of those, but... Are they really? That's the new shock attack gun? I'm a little bit disappointed. Like, they look great, but... Where's the snotlings being, like, sucked up into the thing? They're a nice rendition, though. I just wish Games Workshop would keep, like, the other sculpts and then release these as well so you could kind of buy which ones you want, you know? Oop, shit. That'd be awesome. Everyone's got their own little nostalgia. I don't... Oh, I did play DRG for a little bit, yeah. I know this song is based on DRG. The DRG dwarves are fucking nasty. They look ugly, they sound ugly. Like, they're so gross. I found some minerals here. Like, they're just goblins. They're gross. You've got one that has, like, no fucking beard. He's just got fat rolls. It's like, what is that? They're gross, but it's a cool game. It's fun. It's like all their voices were put through some sort of, like, jokey filter. The fatter they get, the more, like, bassy. Like, oh, get over here! It's a weird game. It's so weird. Yeah. Fetid Chaos Spawn Dowie. You'll like it. That's the greatest. I'll say this. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the greatest gaming experience ever made, but I don't think it's the greatest game ever made. It's a lot more of a, hey, I want to live and breathe in, like, the West. But the gameplay itself is, you know, there's a few things to be desired. But it is, in my opinion, the greatest gaming experience I've ever had. In my opinion. Yeah, the UI is terrible. It's a little bit clunky. Yeah. But it's a beautiful game with an amazing narrative with, like, the coolest characters in any game I've probably played. The coolest human characters. Grounded human characters. 14, hello, sir. It's just such a great game. Such a great experience. I can't say it's like an amazing game, but it's good, man. Super good. Alright, there we go. A cleaned up, I think it's 5th edition Empire Shield. To be repurposed for dwarves. They probably made it to begin with. We're just taking it back. Might be 6th edition. Actually, I think it is 6th edition. 9.75, sir. There we go. And now I was going to give it to whoever. It doesn't really matter right now. Let's put on this guy. I'd like to think that once you paint it, you won't see it, but you can kind of see the outline of, like, where the plastic was, where the emblem was. It's not actually raised, it's completely smoothed out, but even just seeing it kind of triggers me. But it is 100% smoothed out and it's not there anymore. Which is strange, but paint should cover it. Yeah. Paint and then maybe some decals, I'm not sure. The new Dwarven decal sheet is, like, top tier. It's awesome. Cool. Well, there's one variant of the Thunderer. They're going to be all mismatched shield-wise and pose-wise, hopefully. Just slightly. And then I gotta put some powder cartridges on their belts. Make them look a little bit even more unique. Let's do... I don't really want to work on another shield, it's so CBT. Might start on some Dwarf Warriors, because I need 20 of them. Could try that. Oops. Holy moly. Oh. Yeah, I think I'll do some Dwarf Warriors, and then I gotta go soon. Oh. Some Dowie Warriors. Okay. I should probably vacuum this. This is pretty bad. Microplastic City. Yum! Ugh. Ay, ay, ay. Ugh. God. All right. So 10 Thunderers. I gotta do 20 Dwarf Warriors. Ideally. Ooh! 20 Dwarf Warriors. So let's get some bodies. Let's get some varied bodies, actually. Yeah, both of these kits were kind of made for each other. You can mix and match a lot of the ranged units with the melee units. So, for 20 Dwarf Warriors, let's just get a bunch of stuff. Look at this bleed. Oh my god. It's like a cracker. It's like, who wants to eat some microplastics? Jesus. Yummy. Steam Tank, hello, sir. It has been a while. The channel is just a little bit different than it was before. Still the same shit, though. We are still doing the same thing, except now we are doing a Old World army. From start to finish. Which should be fun. Should be 4. I actually wanted to put in some 6th edition Dwarf Warriors. I mean, even with, like, the Thunderers, I wanted to do 6th edition stuff, too, to kind of have, like, varied units. Where is my 6th edition stuff? Not here. Oh, is it here? Here it is. 6th edition dwarf stuff. Well, that's gone now. The craziest thing is that that was completely squatted out of AOS, so I'm glad I'd never completed that army. From the time I stopped doing that to now, that entire setup is void. Like, that unit just doesn't even work anymore. Like, you can't throw any sort of dwarf units around it. Everything in the cities books are very much about, if it's a human buffing unit, you need humans. Or rather, if it's like a human unit, it buffs humans. If it's a dwarf, it buffs dwarfs. Yeah, so it's not very good. I'm glad I gave up on it, because I still do have, like, the resin print. I've got all of my schematics that I still had from, like, when I was measuring things and figuring it out, but it's just an unplayable piece now. Quarrelers and Miners and Thunders and Rangers. Yep. I don't want to build any more stunties. Yeah. Thankfully, you don't need that many of them. Like, I don't really know what you're going to do with 100 of them, but, you know. Yeah, this is just, it's a very easygoing nostalgia kit for me, so I'm like, I could do a bunch. We could do many. 6th edition, here we go. Yeah, that's fair. And down the line, I'd like to have that too. I think way back when I wasn't really with 100% of everything, like, completely fleshed out, but yeah, ideally, ideally you do get a little bit of everything. I want to see how these actually stack up to, like, the sizings are great. I mean, the 6th edition stuff is very heroic. Everything's very bold. You've got big feet, big heads, big hands. But in terms of, you know, converting and making them kind of together, I don't think I'd want to use the bodies. I'm not sure. Heads are a little bit interesting. Happy Thanksgiving. Yes, sir. It is Thanksgiving for the U.S. Hold the battle. Oh, well, that's exactly what I'm doing still. Yeah, that's still what I'm doing. I've got a million different bits and era-appropriate dwarf sculpts that I can kind of pull from. Everything is going to be unique, for sure. That's what I'm still doing, but it's a lot of tweaking and, you know, making everything kind of unique. Like, some of these, the coolest thing I think about the 6th edition sculpts is that they all came kind of, like, at ease, which you don't really get these days for, like, the re-released, you know, 6.5 7th edition sculpts. Like, the at-ease great weapons are so good, right? Who doesn't want, like, a shoulder-slung absolute behemoth of a weapon? Like, that's cool. So that was one thing that I did enjoy from, like, 6th edition. At least the minis. That's a cool addition. Still in use, it is, sir. The 6th edition sculpts they were kind of short-lived, because in, like, before 7th edition, the dwarves actually got a lot of this stuff. Their book, was made in, like, 6th and then kind of, like, went into 7th. But they were kind of short-lived, so finding them is a little bit rare. But, everything is very, like, He-Man-esque. Again, big hands, big feet, big chunky arms. They mostly do work together with a bit of finagling. But there was a lot of cool bits. Like, they've got tankards and pipes and things that aren't on hands or anything. You can just kind of place them wherever you want, which is fun. You know, if you did Dwarf Warriors with great weapons, why not throw some of these in, like, the back ranks, right? Look at that. That's awesome. Be it, I don't think I'd put the arm like this, but... yeah, it's really cool. That was kind of the issue, though, I think, with, like, the 6th edition sculpts, is that they were all at ease. The Quarrelers kind of just held their crossbows. They weren't really aiming them. The great weapons were all, like, shoulder-slung, which is very, very cool, don't get me wrong. But for the sake of, like, regiments kind of doing things, right, like, that's awesome. You sometimes want more of a, like, an action pose, right? The Metal Thunderers, though, of this time did have aiming poses, which was cool, but they eventually got, you know, updated to plastics, so. Yeah. Just depends on what you want to do. Just a variety of, like, different looking things. Bomber. Biffer Bomber. Bofer. Trying to remember those guys? Good luck. They're kind of nobodies. Yeah, some of the old sculpts were a little bit copy-paste, which is fine. I mean, there's only so many things you can sculpt, but ideally, for the sake of, like, you know, any miniature, if you give it a bit of time, you'd probably want it to be a little bit more unique. You know, not many people are going to complain about orc boys, you know? But, it's cool to see different, unique sculpts. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, though, for sure. The different, stances you can have. There's a few over the years. For fantasy, I think there's been a few, kits that have had, like, varied stances. I think Empire at one point had, like, crouching handgunners. The Empire archers, I think, are all kind of, like, squatting over. I don't think there's any dwarf units that have ever been crouching. I can't think of a single one. It's fun to see that stuff, though, for sure. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, the Empire had a few. Yeah, those were awesome. Or the Empire even had, like, very simple at-ease poses. Like with the 5th edition handgunners, I'm doing a reloading Thunderer. So, typically how the handguns come is that they're gripped. So you have to kind of shave away the hand and then form out the rest of the gun, but yeah, there's a lot of cool things you could do for, like, at-ease poses and whatnot. I just wish more minis had at-ease poses. Yeah. Beard on the ground. Well, it'd be cool to see that, though, right? Like, maybe when they do the Ranger minis, if they ever come out with them, you know, plastic Rangers who are, like, crouching and shit with their crossbows. That'd be really cool. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? They do crouch, but it's a matter of what does that even look like and how close to the ground are they going to be. Like, plastic slayers would be nice, yeah. Juan, hello, sir. Yeah, we changed, this channel had a name change about 2 weeks ago, I think, at this point. Plastic Slayer, they've only released one, no. They've done a few Plastic Slayers. The latest one came out in, like, what, 8th edition is the Dragon Slayer, which they're still selling you, but it's just, you know, Games Workshop being Games Workshop. I have it somewhere. You know what? I think I have the OG. Where's the OG?
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
All right. Yeah, the weirdest thing with those slayers, with that plastic like slayer they did. Mini Medic, thank you so much, man, for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they did so I found my 8th edition one. They did a few like strange things with it. So they first came out with like 8th edition. And I still have it in clam, which is awesome. But you know, this guy's been around for ages. And then they didn't know what to do with him. So they put him into AOS. And at the same time, I think they also made him into Grombrindle. So it's like, oh my god, it's one of his incarnations, and it's just the same miniature, but repainted as, like, the White Dwarf. And then they're like, well, Fantasy's dead, Grombrindle doesn't matter right now. And then Old World came back, and they're like, well, here he is again. But the biggest problem with this mini is the price point. Yeah. The issue with this guy, I've got that Grombrindle box somewhere. I have him sealed. Because I've got, like, every Grombrindle somewhere, but I just can't find it. But the biggest issue is that even though this is a great sculpt, it's just... it's too expensive for one mini. Well, I've got all the Grombrindles. I've collected this stuff for ages. Like, it's not bad. Like, it looks amazing. This is probably the only plastic updated Slayer I think we've ever had. A lot of the other ones come from, like, what? Oh, God. There was a board game that did it. I forgot the name of it, though. I want to say, like, Hero Quest or something. I can't remember, but there was a plastic Slayer way back when. They had one in, like, Skull Pass. They had 2 of them. Yeah, the pre-done base is not my favorite, just because it doesn't really fit in with, like, armies, but if you wanted to paint this up as, like, a competition piece, I think it'd be dope. Because it is very much its own thing, right? I don't think you'd have to repose him, though. The pose is pretty cool. It's just more of, like... if you've got this guy hanging out, like, with other dudes and he's just kind of jumping off a rock in the middle of nowhere, it might look a bit weird. But I think for the sake of, again, like, maybe a diorama or some sort of, like, competition piece where you've got, like, motion involved, this would be dope. You know, put him up against, like, a stone troll or something. Or a dragon, because he is technically a dragon slayer. Yeah. That'd be cool. But, knowing how the armies are kind of faring right now, you've got, like, the Slayer Army of Infamy, you've got the engineering expedition out of, like, Zufbar. There's a big chance they will redo Slayers. Like, the Slayers have a very big feature in the Old World. The Arcane Journal has, like, a new Slayer shrine up in, like, I think it was the Black Mountains or the Vaults. And they're running down to, you know, fight Cetra, so that's cool. Jim, hello, sir. Yeah, it did finish. Yeah, so chances of us getting new Slayer things are, I would say, pretty much secured. It's just a matter of time. Congrats! I had to end it, man. My health got really bad. It still isn't like 100%, but it's much better than it was 2 weeks ago, which is when it ended. Yeah, my spine is not the best. It was about 2 weeks. Like, we rounded out the time, so we finished everyone's time, but I just said I wouldn't take any new time on. And then it was like 2 weeks of kind of being couch-ridden and going to therapy, and I'm still going to therapy. I have another session on Friday for my lower spine. So, yeah, that was unfortunate, but it was about a year, roughly. A year of 10 to 14-hour streams a day. Wake up, stream, go to bed. Oh. Alrighty, let's clip out more warriors. Yeah, I don't want to get surgery. I was kind of worried that it would have been like a herniated disc or some sort of fucked up nerve, or, you know, maybe I do have to get surgery. I'm not sure. I went to the hospital at one point because it was so bad. I took an X-ray. The X-ray didn't show anything, but should have been a CT scan. And now I'm just going to therapy. And it is getting better, so thankfully I don't think it's anything serious. If it was serious, it still probably would be hurting as bad as it did initially. But yeah, thankfully it's not. So we're just trying to get back to normal. Standing desk is something I did want to do, but the guy I'm working with literally said, I asked him, like, you know, what would you suggest someone who sits down all day and, you know, streams and kind of works from home? And he says, well, the biggest thing you can do is to take breaks. Take breaks. You don't necessarily need a standing desk. I had brought it up. I'm like, I want to get one. You know, I want to try and adjust, like, how I do work and sit down, stand up, just be all over the place. And he said one of the biggest problems is that when you get a standing desk, you just kind of revert to, like, a very shrimped, unnatural position where it's not really helping your back at all. You just get a bit too comfortable. And of course, that's going to be person to person. It's not guaranteed. But it was a pretty good point. You know, a lot of what you work with is just kind of, are you using it properly, or are you kind of reverting to, like, what feels good, but isn't what's good for you? So the biggest thing I took from that was just every hour, get up, move around, take a break, you know, stretch. It doesn't need to be for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but more of like 2 minutes. Just kind of like get up and reset your body. Slap, hello, sir. I changed my workplace 2 times. It was a year. You know, the saddest thing, though, is that the last 2 weeks of the event felt longer than the event, just mainly because I was miserable. With the back pain and just not being able to stream and showing up maybe like a few hours a night from waking up from just sleeping on the couch all day, it felt longer than a year's worth of, like, fun. Where's the fucking spruce? Oh, this is it. Swimming would be cool. I used to go swimming quite a bit. How does the walking treadmill work? Do you have to, like, do you just move your legs on it, like, up and down? I'm a little bit more health conscious now, for sure. Knowing that 2 weeks have just kind of been miserable, and Ivana's been taking care of me for for those, like, days, which is not pleasant. You walk. Well, I do go for walks. Mochi has to go out and take dumps and whatnot. Yeah, The whole treadmill thing, I did hear about it, but I just don't even know how to do it. I should probably look into it. If you can just kind of sit down and then move your legs periodically on the thing. Or, you know, ideally just get up and move. That's another one. That can also be something. But it's really just whatever works for you. Well, that was something they suggested, so that is something I've been doing. Do a few back exercises. Where's the ponytail? Wait. Oh, these are crawler bodies. Oh. So it should be 8. You know, you can even do the modularity of these like older kits. The ranged kit and melee kit was always meant to kind of be interchanged. So you can actually put shields and hand weapons on like the quarrelers. It's a little bit harder to put handguns on the warriors just because the arms aren't really the best for those. But it's cool to see that variety. It's always fun. The warrior and quarreler kit are not the same. They were made at the same time and they were meant to be modular. They're not the same. The biggest thing is that the arms are posed a little bit differently, so one of them is meant to house a shield. So on the left, you've got the warriors, where the shield would kind of like plop in front of the body. And shield. And the Quarreler, Thunderer, Ranger kit typically has the arm a little bit more outstretched to take like a handgun or a crossbow. But you can also put shields on these guys and have them a bit more outstretched like that, like they're actually guarding something. So that's fun, but these guys are, you know, trying to pose them with like handguns or crossbows is just pretty tough. You could do it though, but yeah. You could also kind of burr out the arm. I think it was for these guys. I did a bunch of like Caradron conversions. Which guy is this? This dude, I think. It's this guy. Oh, it's not this guy. Anyways, you could do some weird things with them. Like, this was a warrior arm that I kind of extended, and I made it more of like a, you know, come at me type of pose. But there's a million different things you can do. Yeah. It's fun. Yeah. Now, it's a fun little thing to kind of like splice kits. You're not really doing much modifications if you just want to take like a shield and put it on like a different arm. Like the shields up here are awesome. Yeah. I just wish the shields were bigger. That's it. The shields are a little bit too tiny. Okay, so I can pretty much clean up all of these and then make warriors. And then probably bring in, what? If we have 8, we need 11 more? Sure. No. I don't think the shields have ever been big for dwarves. In all the artworks, you've got massive shields, but what I was using was just 5th edition stuff, and I think this bit I believe came even before 5th edition, but like they ended up restyling it for like the Empire with like the emblem. This is like a proper shield. This is sick. So like as an example, where's my paint? Oh. Like this is this was for AOS at one point, but that is the biggest shield you're gonna get in like plastics. Maybe outside of like the Ironbreaker kit, which if you want to repurpose those for warriors, you could do that. But if you want something a little bit more shield wall oriented, I mean, that's pretty cool. It may look a little bit goofy, but like, you know, they're dwarves. They hunker down with big shields and repel. Yeah. These I do like quite a bit. But, yeah, it's a matter of, like, finagling it. I mean, even these, these, technically, these shields are even smaller, I believe, just barely. From, like, 6th edition and beyond. They look kind of the same, just a little bit. Yeah. It's up to you, though. That was kind of a wish list thing eventually, is that if they ended up redoing the Dwarf Warriors or something, you know, give them a big shield wall. Like, the front ranks of the dwarves should just be shields. Shields and, like, an eye slit. Which would be dope as hell. A big wall of steel moving towards you. That'd be awesome. Exactly. Yeah. They don't really protect anything. To be honest, they remind me of more like, they remind me of bucklers almost, right? The dwarven bucklers are just had one. I mean, it's right here. It's the standard shields are bigger, but I don't know. I don't know. They're fun. Maybe tower shields. I'm not sure. I'm not like a big history buff. Although I'm sure a lot of the people who design this stuff are. But, yeah. You know, there's nothing stopping you from using, like, 3D printed bits either. You could do that. You can go around and find certain STLs of, like, big shields and bash them into your Dwarf Warriors and whatnot. I think that was my only really big disappointment with, like, the plastic kits was the shields. I just wanted them a little bit bigger. That was it. Ideally. You've got big shields now. There's the new Dwarf Lord kit came with a big fucking shield. But this is meant to be, like, carried, because it's shield bearers, but yeah, that's not even, you know. It's pretty damn big. Did they really? I know of bucklers being just around like belts and whatnot, but for the sake of dwarves, I mean, they can carry a lot more, so I'd imagine they don't really need anyone carrying shields for them. You just kind of sling it to your back and roll. You're just off to war. Which every unit can take shields. Like, you can give shields to rangers, thunderers, quarrelers. Everyone can take a shield. Except miners. Well, even hammers can get shields, actually. Which is such an odd thing. But not really. Yeah. Well, that does make sense, though. Sure. Bigger is better, I think, with shields. You're just going to sit in a line and just kind of pelt things and, you know, wait for the enemy to charge you and whatnot. Yeah. Gotta form the shield wall. You just bash people upside the head. I think that's also what bucklers were for, though, right? You could use them as, like, a bashing instrument. Or, well, shields in general, you, I'm sure, could kind of, like, throw into people. Not get rid of them, throw them, but, like, you know. Again, I'm not really a big history buff, but I'd imagine that's kind of probably how that worked. Who the fuck is this? It is a name change, sir. Yeah. Well, thankfully, that's not what dwarves do. Dwarves will keep them close and pray they can hang them above the fireplace when they get home. Oh, they do for sure, but, you know, not everything is made of Gromrel. If it was, I think you'd be set to not be on the decline for a little bit. Yeah, they did the dwarves pretty good in that. They look suitably dwarvish outside of, like, Thorin. Pretty much Thorin. Well, and Feely and Keely, I think. Who are, I believe, not full dwarves. But most of them look pretty good. They initially wanted to make Thorin look a little bit more dwarvish, with, like, a beard and older, but I think in one of the behind-the-scenes clips, they said they wanted to make him look a little bit more ambitious, like he had a whole life ahead of him. So they made him look much younger. Are they? Are they princes? I can't remember exactly. I guess so. They're a little bit more preened. But those three in particular look very human. They don't, you know, if you want a dwarf, give them a big brow, a big beard, a big nose. You know, make him pretty gross looking, and you've got a dwarf. Like, the other dwarves in the company are a little bit more fun to look at, I think, but, you know, that's okay. They do have to grow their beards after all. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you do, man. Take back your ancestral home at all costs. Phaedros, hello, sir. Happy Turkey Day. Thank you, sir. I do actually have to leave. Very soon I have to go pick something up. And then when I come back, I'll be on the main channel. But for now, I think this is going to be it. I have so many more things to do with the army. So we're not out of the woods yet. Oh. Alrighty, everyone, that is going to be it for me. So thank you for hanging out. Good progress. What did we do today? I cleaned a pipe. I cleaned a pipe. I cleaned a buckler. I cleaned a shield. I cleaned a handgun. And I think that was it for about 5 hours. I think that's it. I mean, to be fair, I do try to be as thorough as I can. Nothing's going to be perfect, but, like, I can at least try and make it as perfect as I can. It's just kind of how my brain works, unfortunately. Yeah. But yes, with that being said, folks, thank you, everyone. Take care of yourselves. You gave me inspiration to start hobbying today. That's awesome. Hey, you should keep up with it, man. It's a good mental, break. But, yes, everyone be well. Thank you again for hanging out. And when I come back in the afternoon, we will be doing the main channel. All right? So take care, be well, have a great day, and I will catch you all later today. And happy Thanksgiving for the U.S. folks. So peace, everyone, and be well.